go ahead and close the door. I gotta work on this. got the voicemail. Yeah. Better than yesterday. What time's going today? Okay.
Are we all set to my left and to my right?
I'm ready.
Wendy's. Will be just a few more seconds as we wait for Wendy's here. Okay. It is 7 o'clock, and we welcome you to the Tuesday, May 23rd, 2017 regular council meeting. We'll open our meeting. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Remy will lead us in that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Remy. We welcome everyone to our council meeting this evening. Again, recognizing that this meeting is being recorded through MCM and a live stream broadcast through KLYC. Again, just remembering that if you've got cell phones, if you'd put those on mute so that you wouldn't disturb the meeting, and if you're taking calls, we'd ask you to go out into the lobby. This brings us to our invitation to citizens for public comment, and any interested member of the audience is invited to provide comments. You may speak on any topic other than a topic that's already on the agenda, a matter in litigation, quasi-judicial land use matter, or a matter that is scheduled for public hearing at some future date. And I may limit those comments, but do we have anyone in the audience? Mark, go ahead.
Mark Davis, 652 Southeast Washington Street. I missed your last council meeting, but I'd like to go back to the one prior to that, of the public hearing that went on till after midnight, and make a couple comments about that. The good part of that is I really appreciated how the council got involved. It was clear that you'd looked at the information. I know there was 400 pages of it. It was a lot to look through, and you're clearly involved, asking questions, and so I thought that all was to the good. The negative part I saw to that is it went on far too long. I think you're all aware that the state land use planning has 19 goals. The first goal is citizen involvement. I really don't think when citizens are allowed to testify at 11:30 at night after 4 hours of staff and developer testimony that really there's a fair balance there. And I know that I saw that list in the back there of people who wanted to speak. By the time you finally opened it up to the public to be able to speak, most of those people had left. And, maybe they didn't have anything relevant to say, but I don't think, we should be prejudging that. So, and I realize it's kind of tough, and you've got to make a decision, and you want to get people involved, but I just think in the long run it would serve the city better if you could figure out a way to say, okay, it's 10 or 10:30 or whatever. I don't know. By the time I got up, I don't know what I said to you. I know I said something, but I hopefully I won't be held accountable for what it was. I mean, it was 11:30 at night, and I'm usually sound asleep at that hour. And I just don't think that even you at midnight were, and I'm not to be critical, but had, do you make business and personal family decisions after midnight? I mean, that just doesn't seem like a good hour to be making what I think are fairly important land use decisions. And I think, the risk we have is that the perception in the public is that you didn't care and that you were just railroading something through. And I don't think that was the case, but I think there's certainly that perception could be out there. So hopefully, your dinner meeting or something, you could talk it over and figure out a way to, balance out the need to get things done with, the need to get let citizens have their say. Thank you.
Any questions for Mark? And just from my perspective, Mark, again, the intent was to hear, we read the public testimony at the Planning Commission, but the intent was to have that dialogue that evening. And it's so hard to get to a point where if you push it off to another 2 weeks, you lose the continuity. And it just kept on going, and we wanted to get through a very lengthy process. So, but your point's well taken, and we ought to take a look at that. I think we've probably, in at least my 12-plus years, maybe this was the second that had gone to that extreme. Our budget committees used to always be that long when we were looking at the green bar paper, but we've not had those kinds of sessions for a long time. So thanks for the input.
Could I say one other thing, too?
Go ahead.
Just as a point of comment, I probably was one of the more adamant persons to close the hearing because there really wasn't anybody here. But the comment, there was a great deal of discussion about how long this had been held open. So there had been, at least in my mind, a great deal of opportunity for public comment. And I'd read every one of them and was more than happy to listen to more, but there wasn't any people there. And I agree, it did go quite late.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Come up. Welcome.
Thank you.
If you could sign in and
I already
identify
did.
yourself.
Thank you. My name is Susan Chambers, and my husband and I own a short-term rental near the corner of First and Davis Streets and have collected and paid transient lodging taxes from the beginning. I attended the annual meeting of the Visit McMinnville on May 5th and heard about the potential increase to the tax rate from 8 to 10%. I'm not opposed to this increase, but I would like to suggest that the lodging tax generates over $500,000 a year to attract people to visit McMinnville, while there are not near the funds being dedicated to addressing the issues of homelessness in McMinnville. My property is across the street from First Baptist Church parking lot. I'm also a member and the chair of the board of First Baptist Church McMinnville. I fully understand the issues facing the city of McMinnville regarding the issues of homelessness. In my opinion, it would be appropriate to increase lodging taxes, but only if the city of McMinnville and Visit McMinnville will partner with the community and use increase in funds in efforts to reduce homelessness in McMinnville. Thank you.
Thank you. I can tell you that by state statute, at least the TT&L dollars that go to Visit McMinnville have to be used on tourism by state statute. What comes to the city goes into our general funds to be used in our priorities, which homelessness is a priority. But outside of that 30% that comes to the city, that has to be very specifically used for tourism. And we will have a presentation by Visit McMinnville tonight that will give us insights into their business plan, their financials, and any other thoughts that they may have. And I understand that, yes, we're going to listen to a proposal by them to raise that TT&L tax up to 2%. But point well taken, and we're looking at utilizing our funds coming from that to put into the general fund so we can make sure that we can hit the priorities that the council would have. So does that make sense?
And can you tell me how much of that 30% is being dedicated to addressing issues of homelessness?
Pat, maybe it would be better to have you
Yeah.
answer.
We can have a conversation off.
Okay,
Thanks, Susan.
thanks.
Yeah, we have our committee on homelessness. We're bringing people together, having good discussions right now. So, but Jeff can, in that we just went over a budget last Wednesday night, we could address that, let you know.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Last time I appeared here,
Oh,
Can you please come up and sign in?
oh, I I did sign it.
Yeah, but come and identify yourself for the record.
Pardon?
Identify yourself for the record and
Okay.
speak into the mic.
Dan Hilbert,
Thank you, Dan.
875 Northeast 19th Street. How come these people have a dialogue, and when I talk, you won't answer me? That's what I want to know.
Well, they're not asking us, we're asking them questions. They're not asking us questions.
Oh, okay. Well, my comments concern the proposal to increase the room tax to 10%. I'm against it. First, some background. For 8 years, I was a traveler, roaming the countryside, chasing adventure, and anything else my senses could explore. I had an enormous appetite to taste those freedoms which we were told so much about. I lived in my van most of the time. I shunned the more urbane aspects of the weary traveler, as my home was always with me wherever I went. I seldom stayed in a motel, mainly because most of those places of refuge required me to pay that perfectly dreadful room tax, which I believe is extortion. I found out ways to avoid paying this tax. When I needed to bathe and shave at a motel stop, I'd approach the clerk and ask her how much for the room and how much is the tax. When they informed me, I said, well, I'll take the room if you catch the tax. Usually it worked because a room tax is applicable to the business only. The businesses then pass the tax on to the unwary, tired traveler. When I was in Augusta, Georgia for the 2001 Masters Golf Tournament, I stopped in a motel and made arrangements to stay for 2 weeks there. The room tax was 15%, which I refused to pay. So I suggested to the owner that I take the room minus the room tax for 2 weeks, and he would not have to supply a receipt for me. He agreed. No law was actually broken. I saved about $55. So with that money, I was part of the Masters Gallery for 2 days. Now, city councils, without the vote of citizens, have decided to enact this very nefarious room tax because they know that residents are unable to sue because they are not injured parties and therefore they lack standing. It would be the traveler who is targeted, and to start a lawsuit would be very expensive for them. Now, some city councilors want to enact a car rental tax because they found out that some people are using their cars to sleep in. Oh my. This individual, Jeff Knapp, who wants to cunningly extort more money from travelers by increasing the tax, I think is despicable and wrong-headed. He is using the room tax money to make videos called Visit McMinnville, trying to lure more people so that the city can make lots more money. I checked out some of those videos. Ha ha ha. Most of them have a low number of views ranging from 8 to a couple hundred. Some of the comments in those videos are downright nasty. The bottom line is that people will show up here regardless of all the hype. This room tax czar is also suggesting that the room tax should be applied to RV parks, campgrounds, and any other source of income which he can get his mitts on. He might even want to tax Walmart parking lots. He's looking for new ways to swindle the traveler. The money that is stolen from travelers is almost always used frivolously. One way or another, they will squander the money, like giving $10,000 to the zero-waste gangsters. McMinnville is a small town, not like San Diego, where their room tax is nearly 16%. But like other municipalities, there are lawsuits stemming from taxing the hotel and motel industries. San Diego is currently facing a multi-million-dollar lawsuit brought by concerned citizens who have actually stayed in a motel in order to achieve standing and for other reasons such as violating the state constitution. It's as clear as the water in my fish tank that the operations of Visit McMinnville is of such low priority that it only requires a minimum of effort. I can't believe that he actually puts in 40 hours a week. I urge the city council to reject Mr. Knapp's proposal outright, as it is unwarranted, unneeded, and may eventually backfire.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Dan? Thanks for your presentation.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Hi, good evening, city councilors. I'm Renee Vorm. I'm at 935 Northeast Cowles, McMinnville. I'm the board chair for YCM, as most of you know, and I'm also a mediator in this county since 1991. Most of you know that the state of Oregon started seed money in 1989 so that the citizens of Oregon could have access to alternative dispute resolution. And so they gave us some seed money, and it was started in Yamhill County. And so since that time, we have increased our services that we provide to the citizens of Yamhill County that include community, adolescent, truancy, small claims, negotiation, renegotiation of parenting plans, group facilitations, dispute resolution training to juveniles incarcerated at the detention center, and a listening service for seniors at the senior center. And we have successfully made, I'm sorry, this is very personal for me. We've been asked to help with many disputes from the county commissioners, from city councils, from mayors, and private citizens. And we have gladly done that work. And it is a work that takes a lot of skill. It is work that other people are unable to do or unwilling to do. We have trained over 400 mediators in the last 26 years, and they go on to make a difference wherever they live. So our funding, as you know, comes from the state of Oregon, 32%, with a required 100% match, which we also have a contract with the court system, that's 8%, and Yamhill County gives us 10%. And every city in the county, which McMinnville and Newburgh, use more than half of our resources, with McMinnville using about 60% of our resources. I understand that your guidelines disfavor the administration costs for an organization, but without the support of our executive director, there's no way to coordinate 35 highly skilled mediators. We do, however, benefit the local population and leverage matching grant funds from the state. But by withdrawing all funds from YCM, you place us in jeopardy of the matching grant from the state, and would lead to basically the dissolution of this organization that we've built over 27 years. It seems that we don't fit into the guidelines that you enacted on April 11th, 2017, but where do we fit in the budget? We consider ourselves an essential service. Who will do dispute resolution in Yamhill County if our organization goes away? So where do we fit in the budget? Under public safety, other cities have put it under the police system, but we're asking for your consideration. If we don't fit in the criteria with which you put forth, where do we fit? And do you really not value this organization in McMinnville?
Any questions? Adam?
I would just like to say that I personally, and I know that the council does value what you guys do. We've spent, or granted you guys, over $70,000 the last 4 years.
Yep.
Our priorities have shifted more towards affordable housing and homelessness, and the position that we are in as far as our budget reserves go put us as a contributions committee in a tight spot. And we had hoped that with giving you guys a substantial amount of money over the last 4 years, that you guys could look at different revenue streams moving forward and not rely so heavily on us in particular.
I appreciate that. We do a lot with an $80,000 budget. And again, the citizens of McMinnville are using 50 to 60% of that budget is going directly to the citizens of this city. And so I would, say to you, we can't ask these highly trained individuals, to hold a bake sale to raise the money to match this grant. It's just not doable anymore. They're very highly skilled, and McMinnville is using this resource. And so, again, we'd ask you to consider, if not in that particular spot, then where?
Any other comments or questions?
Okay.
Again, from my perspective, our budgets are put together by our department heads that see the value, and I'm not putting this on our staff or our department heads, but we have priorities and directional types of things, and that has not been picked up at a departmental level. Thus, the only place it would fit is into our community giving program. And that's what we've done up to this fiscal year. We've changed that because of more and more needs coming to the table, and it just continues to grow and grow and grow. And so we just felt that from a council perspective, we had to put some parameters around the ask, and that's what we've done this year. So, I'd be willing to talk to you as board president or Marlena, but from a council perspective, we're feeling the same types of resource compacting on resources, and expenditures continue to grow. And I hear the message. So maybe we could set a time where we could sit down and talk. But as it sits right now with our fiscal year, last Wednesday we had our budget, and we put that into place, and we're tweaking it a little bit. But maybe we could put our heads together.
Okay, we
I have a quick
appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Do you guys have limitations on how you can receive money or what you can do to raise money? Some nonprofits, especially if it's like a state chartered thing, it takes a.
No, we're a 501c3. We can raise money. As an organization, we have chosen not to take money from certain organizations that might not fit with our mission.
I think what's been alluded to on the council, and I think you're going to start to see this throughout the county as well, is though the economy is improving, the liabilities upon municipalities has gone up significantly, especially because of the PERS change.
Yeah. And
every budget in the county is pinched beyond belief. And I guess the only advice I can give you is you're going to have to, if I could give you some advice, is that you're going to have to start functioning like many other nonprofits that spend a great deal of time fundraising, whereas you guys have had the luxury of being able to spend your time serving people, and we appreciate it. But I don't know if that model is going to be sustainable given the constraints, the monetary constraints on so many cities and counties in the state.
I
Wish it was different, but
yes.
it's just, that's kind of the nature of it.
I understand what you're saying. Our volunteers are so highly skilled. They all do something else for a living.
Yeah.
They volunteer their time to do this, and then to ask them to, because we have done those things in the past, to ask them to then go out and whatever, hold a dinner or whatever, it's just too much to
I get it.
ask. So, many people that I do mediations for, when they find out that we're volunteering, they're just astounded that somebody from the community would actually come and help them try to resolve their differences. They say, "You're a volunteer? Why would you do this?" And we feel strongly that it's good for our community.
Yeah.
So,
We've ratcheted down, year after year after year, we've ratcheted down what we've been able to contribute.
yes.
So, but it seems like this year's kind of came as a shock, and I am sorry that that's how it came across, but
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments from citizens? Yes.
I'd like to go with him because he's 90% blind, but I'm his wife, so I can tell him what he should see.
Okay. If you'd sign in for us and state your name.
My name is John Francis. I'm a member of your community mediators. I live in Dayton. I'd just like to say that mediation saves a great deal of money of other kinds of costs, police, etc., and that cities like Eugene and Beaverton spend a great deal of money. They have their own mediation departments, and places like Portland uses mediators who charge several $100s an hour. Yamhill County is getting mediators who work for nothing. These are volunteers. So the idea of eliminating something where the volunteers charge nothing for it, whereas other cities have found it valuable enough to put a lot of money in it, seems to me a bad way to save money. And thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Any other citizen comment? Yes.
I'm Kathy Beckwith. I'm also from Dayton, but I volunteer in McMinnville and do a lot of my work with your community mediators here in town. I just wanted to share one aspect of what I do, and that's to go to the juvenile department here and help train the kids in detention. I take in a parrot and we talk about what it's like to hear the comment that you've just made reflected back to you the way a parrot does. And the youth then practice these bounce backs as a way not to be defensive, not to become angry, not to, make the problem so much worse than it was. And watching them learn these skills that we use in mediation and talking with them about the mediation process and the fact that it's available to them and their families when they're out, I believe is transformational in their lives. And the evaluations that we ask them afterwards, what would you do differently, always have something very concrete. I've also done many community mediations here in town. And when you talk about the quality of life in McMinnville, to know that there is a resource that anyone that has a conflict can say, I need help, I would like help, my budget isn't going to be a limiting thing. To me, it's so worth the investment in finding where the funds can come from to say a part of our community is providing training for people to get along with each other, and when things get really hard, having the alternative there to do it. And that's something you definitely cherish yourselves. So I would encourage you to go back and look and say, if it's a departmental issue, how do we restructure? Because I don't think we're just a community, we're not a party organization or something. We are integral to the quality of life in McMinnville and out where I live in Dayton too. So I love working. I've been doing this work for over 2 decades for YCM, and I think it's one of the things that as people go through a mediation, they see, oh yeah, I could start doing that. I could ask somebody what the impact was on them. I could respond in a different way. And it's hugely impactful for the families who have that experience. Thanks.
Thank you, Kathy. And again, we hear your stories. We know the good that you do in the community. We appreciate you coming and testifying tonight.
Thanks.
Any other comments this evening? Yes.
I think most of you know me. I'm Beth Korecki, and I'm a 20-year veteran also of your community mediators. And I just wanted to say that Kathy is an amazing woman. I was at that session that she was just talking about. And we had 17 young people, and many of them said that they would, when they returned home, they were no longer going to argue with their parents, which was pretty meaningful. But I also wanted to keynote, all of us that are here, we could spend all night telling you concrete stories of successful mediations, but we have involved ourselves quite a bit over the years with the homeless problem, which is not really new to McMinnville. Some years back, you might remember the problems with the U.S. Bank Plaza and the merchants. We did 2 huge facilitations at the Grand Ballroom and helped remedy that problem. This was back when Mayor Gormley was in. We've gone down to St. Barnabas when they had the soup kitchen and had a booth and tried to reconnect young people that were runaways with their parents and do phone mediations. And with the help of Give a Little Foundation, sent some of those kids back to their parents. I personally did a mediation with the homeless problem with the Baptist Church and a resident in that area. We made ourselves available when you first had that problem and said we would be happy to facilitate. We have trained people that do an excellent job. I'm really proud of my colleagues back there that are supporting our group. Many of us, like Renee is a 25-year veteran. She was there from the beginning. The hours of service that people put in are incredible, and we all have day jobs. I commute to Portland. So anything you can do to help us sustain our services so that we can still exist. We do get backing from the county, as Renee said. We're running a truancy program for them now, and we do the small claims. So, whatever you can do, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Good to see you again. Any other comments from citizens? Yes.
Good evening. Roger Goodwin, 2347 Northwest Fendel Way, McMinnville. I need to go back to the April 25th City Council meeting with the public hearing on the subdivision, Baker Creek. Apparently, today's the last day to file an appeal. I thought that I had 30 days from the meeting. That's what I was told. But then in the packet that I received, Heather said that if there was no appeal heard before the 23rd, that the council decision would be final. I'm here to appeal that decision. This may not be the best and appropriate form to do that, but I want to get on record that I'm appealing that decision based on several factors.
If I could, the venue for appealing a land use decision rendered by the City Council is the Land Use Board of Appeals. That's the entity that has to receive your appeal. So once the City Council has made a decision, unless it's remanded back to the council by the Land Use Board of Appeals, it's no longer before this body to consider it. And if it does get remanded back, because it is a quasi-judicial land use matter, anything you're saying here and now would be considered ex parte contact and not on the record. The only way the City Council can receive testimony on the record and have it considered as a part of land use matters as a part of a properly noticed hearing that's open to the public for that purpose. So
That makes sense, but then I'm wondering why I was told that I would have 30 days to file the appeal, which would have actually been the 26th, since the decision wasn't made till about 12:43 a.m. And using developer math, being this Memorial Day weekend, should give me till about Tuesday or so to file an appeal.
And I don't know the conversation that you had with the planning director or what direction she gave you regarding the time periods, but I can tell you that any appeals from the City Council's decision go to the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals, which is in Salem. They've got a website that's got information on it that talks about how to appeal a decision from a local government to them. And I can't provide you legal advice, so the best I can do is point you in that direction.
But I was told by you that I would have 30 days.
Okay.
So, and
Yeah, again, I'm happy to talk to you about this offline to get more detail about what your conversation was with Heather and to follow up with her about that. What you're telling me she represented to you is not consistent with my understanding of what the appeal deadline is. So I'm happy to chat with you about that, but this isn't the appropriate time or place for you and I to have that conversation.
Okay, well then I'll go back to just commenting that I don't agree that the said in the decision, and I know that there were a lot of questions by Kevin on the setbacks and the closeness of the houses, and by Remy about what the affordability of those homes might be. And during the Planning Commission public hearings, there were numbers of like 325, 340 for the housing costs. And then when Remy asked the question of what about how affordable they might be, the developer said it was going to be 245. The developer's not actually planning on developing most of these properties. They said that maybe 20%, and that most of those would be in Baker Creek East, in the big development where they can make the big houses. I still believe that the density is going to be too great for that area, especially if the S31, I think it is, the multiple family 70-unit building goes in, which really is going to be landlocked back in a corner, or in order to get access to it, they're going to be using the same streets that I use off Fendel Way, and it's going to be extremely problematic getting in and out of the neighborhood. I see nothing in the conditions of approval to make sure that there would be emergency vehicle access, such as for fire engines and paramedics, which could be like a cutout with a barricade or something. Because in the event of a fire or something and everyone trying to get out of there, it's going to be very difficult for any emergency vehicles to get into the property. I just think that I would really appreciate if this was reconsidered, and I will be happy to get some information from you as to how to file an appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. And again, if you need to get a hold of David, just give him a call tomorrow or even after our session tonight. Anyone else like to approach? I'll call one more time. Anyone else like to approach the council tonight for public comment? Hearing none, then we'll move on. Our consent agenda tonight is to consider the minutes of August 23rd, 2016 and September 13, 2016 meeting. Is there any counselor that would request to have items taken off of our consent agenda? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion.
I so move. Second.
It's been moved and seconded by Council President Mackey and seconded by Councilor Stassens?
No,
Rapkin. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by saying nay. This is passed unanimously. We're to that point in our presentation tonight, or in our meeting tonight, where we have one presentation and the consideration of Visit McMinnville's annual business and marketing plan. And so if those representing Visit McMinnville, Jeff, and I don't know if Kittry's going to come up, and Cindy, or...
Thanks for having me tonight. Get me hooked up here to the system quickly. Okay. Jeff Knapp, Executive Director for Visit McMinnville, 1036 Northeast Cowles Street. Thank you all for having me this evening. Clearly there is a lot of things going on in the city. I'm excited to talk about tourism and as an economic development engine. So hopefully getting into the clarity of how we've been working. Prior to starting, I wanted to say this has been a really big inaugural year. We are really proud of the results that we've had over the last year. Just reminding you that I took this role as executive director in October of 2015, and we've moved quickly to execute plans and have some exciting things to share with you tonight. I'll be starting off this evening giving you a review of our last year's performance, fiscal year 17. Our fiscal year runs July 1st through June 30th. Share with you some of those highlights, and then I'll present to you our business plan, proposed business plan for your vote and approval, hopefully. And then we plan to wrap up with a proposal to council in regards to our current TLT ordinance. I want to point out that although Visit McMinnville is staffed by 2 people, myself and Kitri McGuire, who we couldn't do what we do without. She's our marketing manager. We have a very active and engaged governing board who meet regularly and help steer our efforts, one of whom is here this evening, Cindy Lorenzen with the Sage Restaurant. We also have, we're honored to have Councilor Minke and City Manager Jeff Towery as board members as well. I'm here tonight on their behalf and look forward to sharing this plan with you. So real quickly, again, just so I'm sure you know who we are and what we do, but I always like to start off with this. We are an innovative marketing organization. We're dedicated to enhancing McMinnville's economy by attracting as many visitors as possible to the city, and once they're here, ensuring that they spend as much money with our local businesses as possible. Our mission statement is something that we're really focused on exploring and expanding this year. It's to enhance the economic vitality of our community by promoting McMinnville as a year-round visitor, convention, and event destination. So those 2 last things, the convention and event destination, we are just scratching the surface of, and we'll get to that a little bit later. But there's a lot of potential in those 2 areas to create economic impact, it is our opinion, for the city. Maximizing our collaborative partnerships, efficiently activating transient lodging tax dollars, and turning that revenue into effective sales and marketing programs while cultivating a world-class visitor experience. We do this, our marketing model is we call our tourism funnel. We execute all sorts of advertising, media, social engagement, all funneling visitors to our website, and then quickly from our website to local tourism stakeholders. So we'll get into, it's been a big year. We're very proud of our results. I'll go through these bullet points. If you have questions, please feel free to ask. I'm proud to say that we've increased transient lodging tax by 6.5% in the 2016 calendar year. We executed McMinnville's first visitor survey, so a strategic survey collecting visitor data through our summer months, targeting who's visiting, where they're coming from, what they're spending their money on, what they're interested in, and their overall opinion of the city. We have seen over 76,000 unique website visitors to our website, July 2016 through this past April, which exceeded Travel Oregon's expectation for a new DMO by 400%. So we're very proud of that. A lot of people coming to our website and looking for places to visit and places to stay, more importantly. All of our social media channels have or are on pace to exceed 100% growth goals for this fiscal year 17. We created winter television ads that we ran, just wrapped up May 1st, but ran 6 months prior on Comcast and Xfinity, which is online streaming and mobile services. And we used that survey data to target the travelers most likely to visit us within the Portland metro area. Over 941,000 earned media impressions. Those are impressions delivered by pieces written about us and articles, not things that we've purchased. So that's outpacing our goal of fiscal year 17 of 1 million impressions. So we're happy about that. We've engaged last summer a well-known travel photographers and artists in residence to capture content and inventory to tell our story visually. We managed and executed 10 staged photo shoots, some local events and day-to-day wine country life utilizing locals in local. These are a lot of the images that you see on this slideshow are from that. We created an engaging winter campaign with print and digital creative used at targeted media buys with a subsidiary of Time Warner called M&I, who did digital marketing strategy targeting visitors to visit in key shoulder and low season months. We partnered with companies like TripAdvisor and Weather.com to capture people's travel interests and direct them to McMinnville. We collaborated on founding the McMinnville, let me go back. We executed our first board-level strategic planning retreat, in which a lot of what came from that we'll talk a little bit about later on, but we're really excited about not just looking at where we are now, but where Visit McMinnville's role fits with economic development long-term. We are proud of assisting in founding the McMinnville Community Wayfinding Committee. This is a committee whose focus is to create easily accessible information systems that guide people to and through town. And we just kicked off the first meeting for our strategic plan this past Monday, and that'll be an ongoing project through this year that we hope to take to Travel Oregon for a matching grant program, which we can kick off hopefully in the next year. We brought regional, national, and international media and fam tours. Those are familiar, I can't even say it, to make people familiar with our town. We had custom itineraries to showcase McMinnville, partnering with Travel Oregon, Travel Portland, and multiple other media companies. We worked on our website nonstop, working on user experience with a new homepage redesign, new navigation, and to optimize our page speed. We engaged influencers and media at Portland's Feast Food Festival, which resulted in 2 large pieces of media in Sunset Magazine and in Wine Enthusiast. We distributed McMinnville lookbooks, which are guidebooks to lure folks to take a chance and visit us, and wine walk passports to welcome centers around the state, including corporate partners like Boeing, Intel, and AAA. We worked with the city, local interests, and other economic development organizations to contribute to a cohesive long-term economic development plan. We did create 8 vignette videos, which we did get some views on those, contrary to the public statement this evening, to bring awareness to a wide variety of businesses and attractions to McMinnville. We partnered with the Oregon Truffle Festival. This is a high-end food festival that happens in the winter, which is when we need visitors the most. We helped bring several of their events and main dinners here to town to participate in a week-long celebration of fine food and wine. We created the McMinnville Umbrella Share Program. So this is 100 logoed wine walk umbrellas that guests can use as they stroll our streets, shopping and tasting, eating. And we created McMinnville's first app for Android and Apple, getting people to stay and walk safely when tasting wine here in McMinnville, utilizing our wine walk. So overall, this is a look of the dollars. We're measured in 2 different ways. We report growth in occupancy and transient lodging taxes year over year, and we are measured by the traffic to our website and to our stakeholders. You see a continual increase, averaging 6.5%, and you can see really in Q1 and Q4 that is where we're going to be focusing all of our marketing energy and efforts. What can we do to get people here in the winter and spring? Jump into our proposed goals and objectives. So we are pushing ourselves to increase annual transient lodging tax revenue by 7%. We feel that that's an aggressive goal given the data that we have from state level projections for tourism. We're budgeted to increase, you'll see later, a 4%. So this is a stretch goal for us of trying to achieve that 7%. We're hoping to up 30%, up the visitor traffic to our website by 30%. We will be executing and focused on shoulder and low season promotions November through April with a promotional campaign. So the majority of our marketing is being created now and focused on getting people to visit at those times. Increased focus on brand awareness of our wine walk promotion. We feel like it's a great asset our community has, this walkable food and beverage culture, and getting more people on the ground here participating safely on foot, walking by other types of businesses. We think there's a lot of, it's still a very untapped resource with a lot of growth potential. So increasing all of our social media channels by 50%. We currently have close to 19,000 Facebook followers. We're approaching 3,000 Instagram followers, and quite a few Twitter followers. I don't follow Twitter as deeply as Kitchery would have that stat, but we're doing very well relative to, as young as our organization is, we have a very robust social media following. We'll be working on securing regional and national non-paid media coverage, resulting in 1.25 million impressions. So we're hoping to add another 250,000 to our goal this year without increasing budget significantly. We're going to be optimizing our website by launching a new database in partnership with Travel Oregon's new technology. We'll be working to leverage that. It's called Otis, and that should really help people search and filter on what they want to find here quicker, especially mobilely. We are working on investments in the website to increase our organic traffic by 30%. So working on search engine optimization and marketing. We are managing the development for the McMinnville Community Wayfinding Master Plan. So through that whole process, we are going to be playing point person and communicating with C-Reach, who's the company based out of Sheridan that will be contracting on this plan. We will be executing our current marketing plan with additional winter creative content. So we are heavy with summer and spring content. We'll be utilizing dollars this year to create more coverage of things to do here in winter. This is a big one for us. We'd like to kick off research for McMinnville market feasibility study for convention, events, and sports opportunities, which I'll get into a little later. But that is the next, we feel the next level that would make a big, significant impact for truly year-round tourism here. If we can get people here when it's gray and rainy and year-round, filling our restaurants and hotels, we feel that that's the biggest next step. We will be designing and implementing a program to attract group visits with those focused on shoulder seasons and low seasons. We're broadening our campaign by adding a new lookbook, a new design map, 2 radio spots, and 2 new video edits. With this budget, we propose to start utilizing a consumer-facing email newsletter, hoping to attract people. Right now we have a monthly stakeholder newsletter that allows the community to stay connected to what we're doing and opportunities that they may have through economic development and tourism. We'll complete our planning for our next year's. We're going to be doing an every other year investment in creative content. So videography and photography projects we'll be planning for 2019. We will execute our second successful board retreat and strategic visioning this January. Collaboration with all of the economic development partners here locally on a citywide hospitality service and concierge program. We feel, although it's not our mission to educate, as we promote tourism, we feel like we need to be leaders in creating a cohesive visitor experience and networking education resources to make sure that happens. And then finally, we will be collaborating with the other economic development partners on a citywide economic development plan. We've had a first meeting with Mr. Towery and are really excited to work with the city on being a part of that. Okay, a little bit lots of words. Here's some numbers to look at that we found interesting. Part of this data is from the survey that we implemented last summer. So 63% of those visitors surveyed last summer lived outside of the state of Oregon. 6.5% increase is what we saw in TLT over the last year. Almost 40% of the people we surveyed were staying overnight. That's exciting. And not only that, they were staying an average of 3.4 nights, which is also an encouraging number. That means they're here into Monday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and leaving. We had over 100,000 unique visitors to our website. 8% of the visitors that were visiting us surveyed were visiting us from outside of the U.S. Most people that visit us spent time, no surprise, on 3rd Street, enforcing how valuable of a resource that is to our community for attracting guests. As of 2015, I think this is really interesting, 1,609 jobs, which I think we just got the most recent data, and that's jumped up to 1,700, another 100 jobs in Yamhill County connected to tourism. Over a third of visitors are visiting us from the Portland area, which has been directing our recent ad, an ad focus, targeting them to get them to come down here and stay. a really big number that on the bottom left there, $143,000 was the average annual household income of visitors that we surveyed. So that is a healthy number and a target audience of people that are helping direct our efforts moving forward. And 95% of people who visited us really liked us. We got a 4 or 5 rating out of 5, so that's extremely good news. Quickly, website performance, we're doing well. 100,000 unique visits, average of 8,000 visitors a month. I won't spend too long on these. We're doing well. And media performance. So I think it's really important to note part of our strategy is media relations and PR. We're spending, I think we're slated to spend about a quarter of our budget on this this upcoming year. This part of our plan is how we reach the national and international market. So all of the media that we're paying for is based regionally, specifically, most specifically in Oregon. Last year we targeted some outside of the state as well, but this year we're going to be focused on Oregon. So our media relations is really important because it allows us to engage on a national level. We're really happy with write-ups this year, Sunset, New York Times, Architectural Digest, Portland Monthly, 1859, really great publications. We'll see a piece coming up this summer from Food and Wine. We were just in SIP Northwest, and we've had several pieces from the result of entertaining a writer from Forbes over the last few months. So there's some exciting things coming up on the Ben. So now into numbers. So this is our fiscal year budget. This is the detailed version. Again, we're focused on marketing. Our intention is to be as strategically as aggressive with our approach as possible. That being said, the majority of money that we are spending is discretionary, meaning that we can turn it off, reallocate, adjust as needed basis. So if we look at sort of the roll up here, we're projecting city funding of $471,000, advertising revenue, grant funding. We're estimating that $40,000 in grant funding comes in. It's directly tied to marketing expenses, so if we don't get those dollars, we don't spend those dollars. And if you look, we're spending about 25% on general admin, and 3/4 of our efforts and dollars are spent on marketing or marketing endeavors. So that wraps up my presentation as far as FY18 and the business plan. I thank you for your time. I know that our contract with the city requires a vote on this plan, so I'd open it up for questions prior to moving into the second part of my presentation. But
any questions for Jeff on the presentation of their business plan and their financials? Go ahead, Kelly.
Just a comment, I think you've leveraged the funds well. You've worked very hard and put out a good product for McMinnville, and obviously it's beginning to show some real results. When we originally looked at this, we were all looking at the Bend plan, and I would say for a start off, we are looking mighty fair.
thank you. I think it's important to put, oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, you're fine. Definitely appreciate what you guys do. Just to humor the public comment earlier, looking at your guys' Facebook page, you have a video that's got 117,000 views, but then you have another video that has like 143 views. What generates the difference in those?
That's a good question. If we knew, we would just make that other video all the time. There's a few things. When we first launched any of these professionally made brand videos that cost a lot more money to produce, result generally in more community involvement. Engagement. McMinnville as a community is a very proud community. They are big amplifiers of things that we do. So one thing that contributes is that as when we see a big uptake, we'll put dollars behind a sponsor, something like that, and maybe run that advertisement to a targeted market to engage them. So different videos we put paid advertisement behind to target certain demographics. I don't know the videos that you're comparing, and then sometimes people just like something better than the other, and you don't know exactly why.
Thank you, Adam. Any other,
Yeah.
Wendy?
Thank you for this presentation and for all that you're doing for McMinnville. It's great. I just had a quick question about your feedback metrics that you track as you go through the year.
Mhm.
What have you found is, because I know in marketing you can try a whole bunch of things, and to be able to see which specific things are producing the best results is really helpful. So how do you address that as you go through the
How
year?
are we testing what works and what doesn't?
What works and what doesn't, right?
Well, I can actually, I'm going to ask Kitri to come up here because she's the master. We work with SEO really so search engine optimization. We're looking at keyword, people's behavior online. Do you feel comfortable talking to that question since you're in it every day? This is Kitri McGuire. She is the marketing wonderkin.
I'm Kitri McGuire. I am the marketing manager at Visit McMinnville. I live here, I don't know if I need to say this for the public record, but I live here at 220 Northeast 6th Street, so just a few blocks. There's a few ways to track that, kind of depending on what the medium is that you are tracking. For example, videos are easy to track with views. But another part of that story with the videos is like YouTube views, they don't track how many times it was viewed on social media, for example. So those are things that we accumulate and track every time we put money towards an effort. Something that we just presented to the board, for example, at our last board meeting on Wednesday, was the success of our recent Comcast and Xfinity TV ads that we did. And something that I do is I track the efficacy of every thing that we do based on impressions. So that is kind of a unifier for us that enables us to compare pieces of marketing that might be considered apples and oranges, like video views or clicks on an ad that's placed digitally. What's really nice about that is you can see how much money you put towards something and then how many impressions that it generated, regardless of what it was. So, for example, when we presented the results of our Xfinity ad, we found that it was in the top third of efficacy for the things that we have put money behind in the past. But what we found with that too is that people were more likely to click and engage on that content. So it's likely that we will put money behind that type of effort in the future. Print advertising tends to do really well for us as well. But one of our other goals is to direct people to our website. And so we always lean towards efforts that drive people to our website.
So when you say print advertising works well for you, I know online advertising is much easier to track the metrics on. Do you have a special way that you determine how successful your print marketing is as well?
That's a great question. The marketing industry standard is circulation of that print piece times 5. So what you're getting with that is people who are receiving it in their homes, and you're getting the results of people who buy it off a newsstand or people who might pick it up in a dentist's office. So that's just industry standard of how you calculate impressions on a print piece. So a good example of that is recently through our earned media efforts, we received a 4-page spread in SIP Northwest. So we're able to track the efficacy of that by calculating the circulation of SIP Northwest times 5. And because that was an earned media piece, we didn't pay to place that. That's awesome. But if we were to put an ad, say, in Sunset Magazine, we would be comparing the dollars spent versus circulation times 5 to get impressions. And I have all of that documented. So if you guys ever want to see it, I can get real data nerdy on you. And I'm happy to share that data at any time.
I'll follow up with you later, so don't.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Please. That's what we sit in our office and look at that. How are people engaging with the website? How long are they spending? What do we need? What are the words that are driving people? So one thing to note is that next year our print advertising is a low priority, and we're focusing more so digitally. So we're focused on click-throughs and action in the upcoming year.
Have you found question?
Yeah, please.
Have you found our primary, top client with regards to who comes here uses that medium much more? Is that why you're doing that?
It fuels I think the majority, yes, the people are using that and engage. We get a lot of engagement, but it fuels our primary objective to get people to the website. So we want to, that's one of our main goals, is to get them to our virtual doorstep and then convince them to come to our actual doorstep. So we want to be the marketing engine that creates, for everyone, not just lodging, not just restaurants, but if you got a business here, you're a part of the story.
Great. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments on the business plan and financials, Alan?
I had a question on the, by the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
The 1,609 jobs, I can't put that in the context of time frame. It looks like you had
That number comes from a Runyon report study that Travel Oregon put out for Yamhill County. So that was as of 2015.
and that's created over the preceding year, or?
As of, I don't know the length of the data. Do you know the?
I think the data collected is just for that year. So my understanding of the data is that within the year of 2015, 1,609 jobs were attributed towards tourism. So that could be tour operators, that could be people who work at attractions, restaurants.
And they just released the new report last week, which is, I didn't get this updated in time, but it was about 100 more jobs.
Yeah.
For the year of 2017.
2016.
16, sorry.
16. So when will there be some data associated to McMinnville only?
On jobs?
Yes.
That's a good question.
Those studies are pretty expensive to run. We're lucky enough to be able to tap into resources through Travel Oregon, and they do that data, or collect that data statewide and break it out by county for us. But if that's something that's a priority to the council, we could certainly look into costs associated with a specifically McMinnville job creation report.
Mm-hmm.
Well, jobs are always one of our keys, job creation.
Right.
Sure. And so I'm interested in that for sure, because jobs and tourism go hand in hand, of course.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think it would be a great data for certain.
Jeff, what I would suggest is maybe touching base with Jody on that and seeing if she might have a source. And before you spend any money, though, see what the cost benefit might be, because those very specific studies sometimes are very labor intensive and very costly to do.
It might be interesting to follow up with Travel Oregon and see if there's any McMinnville data that we can pull out of the Yamhill County data that was invested in.
That report actually also has things like visitor spending amounts in our county, and as the largest town in the county, I would say that a lot of that is coming to our community. But again, if you guys want any of that data, that's all available. It's publicly funded through Travel Oregon.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Adam?
The organic visitors that found you guys through organic search was 29.1. Is that up or down or static, or what is that?
Well, our website is it's sort of a benchmark for us. So the website went live last January, so it is going up as far as a year. This is our first benchmark, so we don't have anything to compare annually, but it is an upward trend due to the amount of people, how we rank on Google search. So more people are interested in looking for us. When you type in McMinnville, we're at the top of the page. We're trending high in a lot of different search categories. Kitry monitors that regularly, and we also purchase Google AdWords, which strategically direct placement for people looking for services to the top of those search pages.
Thank you. So next year,
we hopefully are better than that next year.
And I can provide you, I know I keep saying this, I can provide you data for year to date as well, if you're interested in that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Before we move on to other items that you might have, just from my perspective, I remember the start of this process where we really didn't know what to do with the TTL money, and we went through a very thoughtful education process of, how do we go about and grow tourism in our city. A lot of people thought they knew the direction to go, and we kind of went out of the box and went to a community called Bend and kind of purchased a little of their collateral and their direction. And even though I think we've based ourselves off of probably the best model that's out there, we've had a lot of learnings, even getting involved with a good model. And I think we've put our McMinnville spin on things, knowing the right people to deal with, the support. I think the other thing that resoundingly is important to me is a board that has worked tirelessly over the last couple of years. There were times we were meeting on almost a weekly basis, and these are people that work. And now we meet on a monthly basis, and hard time to keep it contained to 2 hours sometimes. All the good things are going on, but we're becoming known. We're creating partners, and more importantly, I think we are the bright spot within the state of Oregon with what we're doing and how we're doing it. And so as you're looking at your business plan and the financial plan, I would just have you take back to the board and thank them for their diligence and hard work. And Cindy, you can take that back, and so it doesn't have to come directly from Jeff, but how proud we are of where we're going. And those that are in the know really can tell the good story that comes out of what's happening right here. And so so thank you, and share that. So those are the thoughts that I might have.
And I would totally echo those. It's a remarkable organization, and you've brought it along beautifully. I frankly think we're one of the best in the state, so I'm
Thank
sure
you.
we are.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on with another comments or direction.
So
from myself.
just for business sake, you are required to vote on this per our contract. Is that something that happens tonight, or?
That we accept your business plan, and greatly appreciate all the effort that's gone into it, particularly for the board and for you too.
Second.
So do I have a second?
Adam second.
Going to discuss the 2%?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not yet though. We have to
I
approve
think
this.
that's outside of their business plan. I think they're going to present that to us, which then we need to have a discussion on. Okay?
Adam seconded.
Okay, so we have it's been moved by Council President Menke and seconded by Councilor Garvin that we accept the business plan for the current, for this moving, is this your fiscal year?
Fiscal year 18.
Okay, 2018, their budget and business plan. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And so note that it's been passed unanimously, and so you can take that back to your board also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure, be comfy. I do want to say before I move on to the next proposal that we have, over the last year I've learned a lot about the state of Oregon tourism, how the structure works, how organizations function, or more importantly, don't function. And I want to give kudos to the city and for all those involved that did set this up. We are poised to be very effective. We passed transient lodging tax later in the game, which in my opinion sets us up for a lot to be very nimble and effective. And I think it's a really exciting time. We should see a lot of we are seeing and we will continue to see much benefit from leveraging tourism. So this leads me to the final portion of my presentation. So when we do a SWOT analysis, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of tourism in McMinnville, we know that for us to benefit the full potential of year-round tourism and the impact it has, particularly we need to be focused on attracting them to our community year-round with focus on November through April. It's our opinion that McMinnville could benefit from not only focused marketing efforts, but from group sales opportunities. These are the opportunities that communities recognize from the facilitation of conferences, trade shows, arts, culture, and sporting events. It's our proposal that the council consider amending the current ordinance as it pertains to transient lodging tax in the following manner. That first being to increase our current transient lodging tax by 2%. Now, I'll clarify and remind everyone, transient lodging taxes are taxes imposed to visitors. These are not taxes imposed to any residents. So people visiting us, staying in hotels, vacation rentals, B&Bs currently are the people that remit those taxes. Second, we would ask and propose that the city amend the current ordinance to have the term lodging include RV parks and campsites. These are common lodging, recognized lodging or places that collect TLT throughout the state currently. Why are we asking this? We propose to utilize the additional revenue in a strategic plan focusing on group sales to lift shoulder and low season economy here in the city. We would launch that plan with a feasibility study to determine the best course of action. So what would that look like? What the effect of adding RV slips financially, revenue-wise, and campsites to our current transient lodging tax collections? Currently, we have no campsites that would fall into that. This would be something that would be planning for future development. And we have, as I know, one current RV company providing 71 overnight slips for people to lease. So those are we're proposing to incorporate those. This slide is a conservative estimate on those TLT collections from what we believe to be our only current transient lodging RV park. It's based on a nightly average rate of $44 a night, and we would consider this is at a current 8% TLT. That Visit McMinnville's portion of those additional revenue in fiscal year 18 would be roughly $24,000, with the 30% to the city of roughly $10,262. When we look at other communities around the state, we get an idea of what visitors are used to remitting when booking rooms. You can see from this that we are on the lower end of comparable communities. Again, I want to remind you that these are taxes paid by visitors staying in hotels, vacation rentals, and B&Bs, and not by our residents. We feel that the market and our competitive set would bear an increase. The data we received last summer through our surveys indicate that the average household income of visitors are $143,000 plus. It also leads us to believe that visitors would not notice or have a problem paying an additional $2 per $100 spent on a hotel room. On the flip side, it would make a significant impact on how we would be able to create economic impact for the city of McMinnville and further solidify us as home base when people are visiting Oregon wine country. This is the projected revenue, what an increase of 2% would look like for projected revenue, both for the city and for Visit McMinnville. Again, it's our intention that if the council votes to increase TLT, we would focus those additional dollars on a strategic plan to increase group sales business during our shoulder and off seasons. To that extent, we've already reached out for recommendations from Travel Oregon on companies that perform feasibility studies. We've interviewed those companies in several cities that have worked to do just that. Those cities being the cities of Medford, the cities of Seaside, Kennewick, Washington, and Clarksville, Tennessee, all who have gone through a similar process and is very compelling, with compelling results. So it would be our wish to, if the council were to recognize an increase in TLT, that we would kick that off with a feasibility study and focus all of our efforts to leveraging tourism to impact the winter and the spring. In closing, thank you for your time. Do you have questions?
Questions that you might have for Jeff Tiptree?
Yes.
I'll start. I think you did mention something about what you would do to promote tourism during the winter months.
What we're currently doing?
Yeah. how would that be expanded with the additional funds?
So currently we are focused on print advertising, digital advertising, videography, social media, commercial placements, attracting visitors, targeted, family type travel. We would be focusing this on group travel. So we would be targeting this, we would kick off with a feasibility study, which would direct our efforts. What are our current assets as a community for group sales, for conference, events, sporting, arts and culture? What are our competitive set in the market? What are other communities offer? Where do we stand to, what's our niche? With that data, we would also get a report on what the economic impact of their suggestion would be, and potential funding opportunities, so modes of proposed funding. So we would take any additional TLT and initially focus on group sales, and if it came back, we would hire a group sales manager once we know what that inventory is, to work on attracting. Whether it's food, depending on our current assets or where we're going, we would also fund a sales staff to promote that and support that.
So group sales is the key.
Group sales, focused on winter.
Remy?
Well, I'm going to diverge a little bit, so I'm happy to take my turn now and diverge. Okay. So my the thoughts that I have are really not so much about what you're going to do with this extra money, but about what we're going to do with it. And I see that you've identified the need being the shoulder seasons, and you've earmarked these funds to go towards that. And so I think that we should follow that example. This proposed increase, about $10,000 this year, what would be coming to the city of McMinnville.
Well, that's for the RV. This would be a proposed. Sorry to interrupt you. $50,000. So roughly, if you were to pass both things, the city would be receiving an estimated $60,000.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I think that the increase here, and specific, I mean, there's not going to be a resolve on this following what I say this evening, but looking at the increase, whether looking at specifically what's being brought in from RVs or looking at this 2% increase as a whole, but I think we have a real opportunity here to earmark some of these funds. And I'm not always a fan of earmarking funds because sometimes it can be very limiting. Your organization actually is a great example because your organization has a lot of money. You have a surplus, which really no one else has right now. But your funds are so specifically driven, which is both a benefit. It's a benefit to your organization. When we look at some other needs in the city, it's a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
So I recognize that earmarking can be kind of a double-edged sword. But what I want to share is something that's clearly echoed in the community. I will tell you, Jeff, and you, Jeff, that I had no idea Susan Chambers was going to come say that tonight. But what I'm going to say is very similar. I think that if we were to take those funds and earmark them to address homelessness, that we are then ultimately affecting many of our departments, police, fire, planning, parks and rec, the library. There's an unknown cost to our city and to most of our departments coming out of the ever-increasing problems having to do with homelessness. And as we all know, there's currently no budget for homelessness or looking at problems related to homelessness. When those funds if they were to go to the general fund, as they're currently slated to, then they're going to go out on an as-needed basis. And I think that if we approve this, but also approve it with the intention of earmarking our portion to go towards homelessness, then we are saying to our service groups, we're saying to our community at large, we're saying to our nonprofits that we are preparing ourselves to engage in public-private partnerships, which is the only way we're going to get anywhere close to ending homelessness in our community. It also says to the citizenry that, homelessness isn't the city's problem, it's our city's problem. And here's what we're doing, and now how can we get you involved and partnering with us to start taking these things on? And I think it says it much more strongly than our Affordable Housing Task Force Committee. It says it much more strongly than our subcommittee on homelessness says it, because quite frankly, it's fairly unknown that we even have these committees or that we're working hard on them. I think this particular time and these particular monies, there is a correlation that can be drawn that is not only fiscally responsible, but is also there is a connection in taking this increased funding, some of which is coming from RV parks and campsites, the same type of lodging that is used when people are on the brink of homelessness or are living with homelessness, and that this is what came in, and we saw this opportunity for funding to come in, monies we don't have, money that's in part being generated by the same type of lodging, and that we then set it up, and I understand that setup will take work, and it's not as simple as just saying, just put it to homelessness. There's a lot more that goes into it, but we have to start somewhere, and I'm a big proponent of leading by example. So I think that that's an opportunity we have right now with this. It doesn't really affect you, but in a way it does affect you, because Visit McMinnville is also largely impacted by homelessness in our community, and as everyone is, whether or not you're a person living with homelessness. So that's my 2%.
Thank you, Remy.
Thank you.
And again, but I'm guessing.
The 2% part that just came to me.
So I'm guessing from having that discussion that you're feeling comfortable with moving forward with the 2% proposed?
I feel comfortable with it if we can, no matter what, I recognize that we have a great need for funds. We are seeing that all through our meeting tonight. Community mediators are right on. We need that. So yes, I don't have any problem with our city generating some additional revenue, but I would like to take it with the understanding that it's going to be directed towards this major problem that we have.
Thank you for clarification.
Thank you.
Wendy, questions that you might have for our visitors?
I had a question about with regards to the 2%. Can you talk a little bit about how you determined that was the sweet spot? When you're looking at that chart, we would go from
Yeah,
one
we can
of the
go back
lower
to it.
ones to the third highest.
I think that we clearly are below even like our closest neighbor Newburgh there, and I think that a 2% increase to the 10% would position us as what we are, the premier Oregon tourism destination. So 2% out of the gate would fund potentially the study and a full-time position for group sales in the first year. So for us, that 2%, it seemed like the market would bear that type of increase. That we're not sitting at the ultimate high end, and we're definitely not at the low end. I can tell you on a state level, the Willamette Valley and Oregon wine tourism is top priority for Travel Oregon's promotion, but honestly we're the most underrepresented as far as McMinnville being the heart of Oregon wine country. So I think with that increased effort and focused on group sales, we can really move the needle. So I'm behind the 2%. I don't know if that's a strong enough statement.
Then with regards to the convention, the push for conventions, the new lodge I know has, and the Air Museum has Atticus. Are there other places that you're looking to partner with?
I'm not. The partners are all. We don't know what that feasibility study will say. They may say, you know, we need to support our current inventory in these ways. We're not focused necessarily on conference, but when we think about the opportunities, it's, you know, conference, trade shows, live culture and music events and sporting events are really what kind of fill those things historically for communities. So we're going to let the feasibility study, that's why we want someone to say, this is what makes sense with the data that we have, this is the economic impact that it will bring to the community, and these are how you can execute it.
Great, okay, thank you. And I just wanted to make a comment. I'm fully in support of it.
Okay.
And I would like to have more dialogue about Remy's proposal and Susan's as well. I think that my only concern with that is making sure that it's really clearly defined and, you know, like that it's used really efficiently. And we have a mechanism for doing that and seeing it in the big picture of our budget, because there's many things that have needs, make sure that we're handling it responsibly. But I think it would be great to have more conversation about it.
Thank you. I'm going to shoot over to Adam and then Kevin and then Council President.
So first question would be regarding the RV. Pretty sure I'm aware of what that one spot is out on the 3 Mile Lane corridor,
Yeah.
but most of their rentals in the summertime are seeming to be snowbirds that have been lifelong residents of this town that come back and stay for 2 or 3 months. Are those people subject to the same tax? Or is
So
it
it's
just
only
90 days?
people under 30 days. So it's transient lodging by definition is if you have a room in a hotel or any space longer than 30 days, you're no longer transient. So as long as that would only include people that are staying there for under 30 days.
Okay, thank you for that. Next question would be, by your definition, what defines a group? Is it 6 people, 16 people, 60 people?
The more the merrier. I don't have a definition on the group business, but I would say we're focused on conferences, you know, that size of an event. So, you know, you can have a small conference for 50 people, you could have a conference for 500. You know, I guess I would let the feasibility study direct who our targets are.
Okay.
But attracting significant events, like this year we put money towards the Truffle Festival. That was our engagement, sort of scratching the surface of, you know, what's something that we can bring that will fill hotels for a weekend, that we can partner with and help connect to food and wine. And that was our first entry into that. We'd like to put somebody full-time focused on, you know, whether it's a food festival or if it's a wrestling tournament or if it's we have requests quite frequently for, like, the vending machine suppliers of America are interested in coming to McMinnville, and can you put up 200 people with all of these? You know, we can't meet those requirements. So we're hoping to say yes to the inquiries that we have, and then really seek out the opportunities that we don't know.
Okay.
So group sales, just to help, because I think we've hit around that, we're really looking for that convention, the area that we miss out on so many times because we don't have facilities or capabilities of handling probably much more than 40, 50 people, and probably no space for them to even meet in the format that they would require to have a conference. So the feasibility study goes kind of like anything else we do at the council level. You do a study, you get information, you have an opportunity to then see what your resources are and what your limitations are. Hopefully can help then do a private sector coming in, because we'll be able to sell the fact that this is a kind of business that's not coming to us.
Thank you for your insight, Mr. Mayor. Next question would be, as far as the tax goes up to the 2%, I realize that would put us the third highest right now, and I did somewhat agree with your reasoning of why you want to go to that 10, But at the other point, you didn't allude to anything of as far as other than the market will bear it. You don't think that's going to make it go static in that shoulder season that we're struggling with already?
I think where it would have an effect is with group sales, and where we would be able to have leverage is working with, it's the negotiation of those rates. So let's say we're at a 10% rate and we're trying to book a conference, we would work to help facilitate that through a negotiation to bring them to town. I don't think that we'd feel it on the individual traditional vacation traveler, and the data supports a household income that I don't think would it wouldn't be a sticker shock or deter them from staying, in my opinion.
Thank you.
I think the one other piece that we haven't addressed is that Visit McMinnville has reached out also to Old Stone to see what their thoughts would be, and have reached out to a number of the lodging
That is a good
professionals
point.
and entities in town to see what their thoughts would be, and they've all come back with a positive nod that that's something they could support.
That was my next question.
Yeah, we held a lodging stakeholder meeting recently and invited folks out to kind of give them the summary report and pitch the idea. We did not receive pushback, but support. I attempted to I have not spoken to the owners of Old Stone Village and had honestly a difficult time reaching them, but I did talk to their staff and delivered the message of our intention. They were overly supportive of our efforts so far, and we were clear that our intention was to include, propose an increased, propose a lodging tax to include RV parks. So hopefully that message reached them.
Other than that satisfies my questions right now. I would just say that in general, I'm in support of it. I'm probably more in support of Remy's idea of doing something for homelessness. I mean, that's seemed like our first and foremost council goal we had at goal setting this year. And I think that the opportunity's presented itself to do more than just talk about it. And how that earmark would go, how long that earmark would be in statute, that I think needs more discussion on. Are we going to set that funds aside indefinitely, or 1 year, or 3 years, or whatever that is? But as far as the principle of the tax rates and including the RVs, I feel justified in that. It's just, where is our money going to go for that? And I think we should have that discussion before we vote on the tax.
Thank you, Adam. Kevin?
Thank you for all the work you've done. This looks really exciting, and I don't have a problem with raising the rate. I mean, I've spent a great deal of time in many of those cities, and I don't think they hold a candle to what we do here. So I really appreciate what Remy said. I think you were just spot on everything you said. I completely agree, and I would like just to see. I'd like to see us put some money into dedicating to that. What made me think of this was last week I was in a training on customer service at my office, and they threw up a statistic that was kind of made sense, but I never seen it really written down. But it basically said that if somebody has a good experience, they usually tell 7 to 10 friends. If they have a bad experience, they're going to tell 20 to 25 friends.
Or post it on Facebook.
Or post it on Facebook, yeah. And so what made me start thinking about the risk that we face here is that we have a lot of great things going on here, but if homelessness downtown becomes a problem, people are going to be talking about that rather than what a great event, what a great time they had down on 3rd Street. And so I really believe that there is definitely a correlation between Visit McMinnville and investing in working with solving the homeless problem. So I see it very clearly, and I think that's a very wise place to put our money. In this area, to me, besides traffic, that is in parking, that is the number one risk facing the vitality of downtown and what we're trying to present. All these pictures you showed in your presentation were gorgeous. There wasn't a single homeless person in any of those, but they're everywhere we look. So, I mean, I think when people come here, they will see that. And I think we need to do everything we can to make those pictures as true to life as possible. That's all I got.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Council President?
Thank you so much for your presentation tonight. I thought it was fascinating, and as you know, I support you fully on the 2% and the RV parks. I guess comments generally, the conferences, the strategic planning, as I see it, when we went through the strategic plan, we were looking 3 years out and going, well, we know we've got this hotel coming on, and we know we may have the Falls Group within the next 3 years, and it's kind of like, let's just sit tight and see what happens, you know. With the funding, we can maybe do something more proactive and actually bring in more partners that will provide more rooms and perhaps areas for conferences and more facilities. I think it's very important that we provide this opportunity.
It's a great point.
The RV parks, you know, I never really thought much about taxing an RV park, you know, but until the airport show, the having these folks come in and put on an air show within the next maybe 3 years, if we can make the police, you know, make all the safety services work for us. One of the big things when I went and talked with them is they wanted RV parks. They wanted to bring in their motorhomes and be able, you know, the people that were on the ground and running the whole show, they wanted to have a place to go and a place that's comfortable for them, where they can feel at home. And I think it's going to be a growing thing. I think we will see more of them. So yes, and particularly if there's no real objection from their point of view. I mean, we had 2 kind of weak objections here tonight, or only one, I guess, really. So my feeling is, I think it's important to tax the RV parks, particularly since they don't seem to have any real objections, and you also presented this to the other hoteliers and stuff in town, and they seem to go with it. I see no other objections tonight. So that would say that they are along with you and don't feel that it's going to disrupt their business. Finally, on the issue of earmarking money with the 30%, with the increases, I would really love to have money for homelessness. I agree, and I absolutely agree with you that it does have a considerable effect. But I feel like it's an entirely separate conversation for another meeting, another time. And the reason I say this is this 30% is earmarked for many needs that increased tourism brings to the city of McMinnville. There's needs for public safety, there's needs for public works, all of our departments are stressed to at least to a higher degree because of the tourism dollars that are or the tourism people that are coming in. And I think it's probably better not to earmark these funds at this particular point in time and maybe save this for a separate discussion under strategic planning. At that point in time, I would be more than open to discussing it. But I just don't feel like this is the time. I think we're discussing, let's increase room tax and let's increase, you know, spread it to the RV parks. That's my take on it. Thank you very much.
Can I just make a clarification? Because I want
Yes.
to make sure I understand. You're talking about taking the additional, the delta, not the full 30%.
Correct.
Okay.
The increase.
It is
You
the
had said-
additional, but that money is
Right. I
specifically
just wanted to make
meant
sure I understood.
to help the city
I agree
overall.
with you. We need to have a more.
It goes into the general fund, and I don't feel like it should be specifically earmarked, no.
Thank you, Kelly. So from my perspective, I do think there are 2 issues, and I think that we ought to now focus on our willingness to have staff go out and prepare that which would be necessary to increase the TLT by 2% to 10%, and then also include RV and camping sites in this, and to have that back to us at our June 13th meeting. I think we ought to move quickly on this. There's nothing that prevents us from doing that. So that's what my proposal would like to see. And then as soon as we do that, then let's have that discussion around the earmarking, because I think we all have some thoughts a little bit about that. But I think it convolutes our discussion if we do the one based on the other.
Could I just suggest that we could maybe take that discussion and put it into the strategic planning session? I just don't feel like there's any point in continuing that discussion at this point in time, because there's a whole lot of things that are all going into funding police. They need 7 more policemen. Fire, I mean, we're paying something like 1.5 million to YCOM and to the ambulance service. There are many needs in this overall situation.
Right.
And even though I fully agree with Remy that homelessness is a big issue, and it does draw these services, and so perhaps there is a good argument for doing some form of discussion as far as a budget line item. At this point in time, I do not feel it's appropriate.
Okay. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to do the TLT increase right now, so we can get past that. And then, so Alan?
I had one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
Related to that increase. A year ago, when you gave the annual speech, came up, what's the next big step? And you said convention center capability. Any progress being made on that? Will, let's say we do increase this, if we're going for 2% plus the RVs, 68,000 plus RVs, the annual numbers you talked about. But
Anyhow, carry on. Sorry. Total, I believe, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
There it is. 2% change is 168,000.
Correct.
Plus RV, whatever that is.
Correct. This does not include RV numbers.
That's a pretty good increase. What's the capabilities of doing something about a convention center with those added funds?
That's what we want to find out. So two things. One, the feasibility study is about $40,000 is what the number rough bid from both of the two organizations that we spoke to. With that would drive what what are our action steps, next steps. It could be bringing on a salesperson, or it could be working towards whatever a center like that is. Or whatever that structure or entity is. Our dollars by law can be only spent in a certain manner, so we would be spending those according to that. So what's the answer? Is it a private thing that we go out and court? We use with MEDP to court a business to come to town to fill those roles. Is it a public-private partnership? There's multiple ways, and the feasibility study that we would be executing would also give us recommended methods of securing the funding or support for whatever it is that is the ticket. Regardless, we would be funneling those dollars into utilizing the current assets that we have and promoting those for the group sales that we can currently attract. I don't have a clear how we're going to get the convention center as of now. This is just a means to keep driving.
The consultant would have some suggestions.
Most certainly.
How to go from.
Yeah, they've been doing this for 30 years. I can share council a lot of the different packets that have been delivered to different communities, highlighting what it looks like, what you would be investing in. And really we'd be investing in direction and answers. What's the best? What is that next step? What is it as a community that we need? What will bring the greatest impact? What that financial estimated, or what's not good to do? I mean, I think we've spoke to a few communities that they thought, we were going to get this thing. We were sure we needed it, and they recommended, don't do that. So I think that's is critically important that we go into it not knowing what it is exactly that we need.
Thank you.
Okay. So where I'm at right now, this isn't a resolution, but it is by council. Well, let me, David, could you just share with us what we need to do to instruct staff to move forward tonight?
Yeah, I think a simple motion, if it's or consensus of the council, that it's your will that staff prepare an ordinance amendment that would affect the two recommendations or requests from Visit McMinnville, one to bring RV parks and campgrounds into the authority of or jurisdiction of the city's transient lodging tax, and then the second being to to increase the rate of that tax from 8% to 10%. And that's something that we can bring together for you in ordinance form for a first reading at your next council meeting.
And so what I'd like to do is just get an indication by each counselor if they're desirous for us to move forward on that, because that's the first thing that needs to happen. So I'll start with Alan. An indication from you?
I would be positive towards the increase and the addition of the RV parks and campsites within city limits, yeah.
Okay. Remy?
In the long term, yes, I'm supportive of this. I feel at this juncture, if we're going to separate out these two conversations, then we can't move forward with this one until we have the one on our side first. If we're going to take in these extra dollars, then let's talk about what we're going to do with them and how we're going to use them, as we do have a lot of demands, instead of letting the money come in, and then the decision-making for that process for that money is much different once it's in the general fund than before. So while I am generally supportive, I don't feel like I would be ready to vote on an ordinance at the next meeting unless we had already had the conversation about what we would be doing with our additional funds.
Okay, thank you. Wendy?
I'm in support of the increase and the RV parks and campsites.
Okay. Adam?
I'm in support of the raise to a 2% raise and the RV parks coming in, and I would like to see a 1% set aside before strategic planning via resolution or whatever for affordable housing. I mean, in their presentation, 80% of the visitors visited 3rd Street. Homelessness has a direct impact on that 80% number, so I think that due diligence is setting aside 1% of our TLT revenue to handle that.
Okay. Kevin?
I'm definitely supportive of both of their proposals. And I think I made it clear, I completely support what Remy's said. And, but I also agree with, with Kelly that we really need to practice a little bit of fiscal discipline and bring every new revenue source to strategic planning. And I will be at that meeting fighting to have this new money added to homelessness and staffing, coordinating. I think we definitely need to do that. But I want to see us look at all the problems that we have and all the new revenue sources that may be before us and prioritizing them accordingly. And I really think that needs to happen at that meeting, just so we can have all options on the table and do it in a really strategic, thoughtful way. And I know that's going to be a very fun and debated meeting. I think there's a lot of things that we want to make sure that money goes to, but I have had to discipline myself on this, and it's really hard not to want to just immediately solve problems, but to try to be, and I hate to use the word because I think it's being overused, but being strategic about it is really important, and now probably more than ever. So
Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks.
Council President?
I'm fully in accord with doing the 2% increase and extending it to the RV parks and campsites. And I would greatly appreciate you waiting until the strategic plan to look at all possibilities.
And I guess I should weigh in on that. I support the strategic plan strategy as well. I feel more comfortable making a decision that's so complex when we have all of the factors in front of us. And I totally agree that homelessness is right there near the top for us, but we need to look at the new revenues coming in the big picture of what the needs are and decide how things are distributed in that setting. So.
Thank you, Wendy. So, David, I think we have a majority of the council that's ready to move forward on this.
It's good enough for me.
So it'll be June 13th meeting that we'll have a resolution. You can talk among yourselves as we go through that process. I'll just weigh in that I think that monies need to go through that financial strategic plan. We're looking for opportunities of revenue, as our city manager made reference at the budget committee. Although we anticipated this, it's not in the budget. So it gives us plenty of time, understanding that this tax, it'll take 30 days after the 13th, and then it's a quarterly paid tax. So we've got some time, and I would strongly suggest that we have our strategic discussion in that period of time. That gives us, that's giving us, probably 120 days to get squared away where we need to. So we'll move forward on that. Jeff and Kitri, thank you. Share that with the board. We're supportive of it, but we needed it to come to us from another source, and we thank you. Jeff?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. Just in terms of timing, that it won't be a problem to get the ordinance to you for consideration. The amount of revenue that we would collect, we collect it quarterly in arrears. We wouldn't collect for a full calendar year. We'd probably get around $40,000 in the coming fiscal year based on this change. These numbers are accurate for a full year's collection, but because we collect a quarter behind, we'd only get about 8.5 months of collection for the coming fiscal year. The council has all the discretion in the world in terms of how you dedicate this money or don't dedicate it. It's not in the budget as an appropriated amount. If you take action to approve the ordinance, you can set aside the money and not make a decision about specifically how to spend it in the coming year. You can dedicate it to a particular expense, or you can not appropriate it at all, which means it doesn't get spent, it gets banked and then used for whatever it is you decide to use it for, whether some of the things you've talked about tonight or some other priority that comes out of a larger conversation. So you've got a lot of flexibility about how and when you want to do that, and we'll stand ready to take whatever direction you have for us.
And council, thank you for the good discussion of putting things on the table and us being able to get through this. And so, again, thanks, council. Thanks to you two. And again, share with the board how excited we are and the good news that taking back to you that we've accepted your business plan and your financial plan.
Thank you, and thank you for all of the thoughtful engagement on it, and know that we intend to make a significant impacts and inroads with these dollars, and should it pass with group sales. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that takes us to our resolutions this evening. Our first resolution that is on the docket is 2017-33, a resolution approving a waiver of deed restriction. And so I'll turn the time over to our city attorney.
Thank you.
David?
This is a continuation of an item that was before you last month regarding a request from Parallel Infrastructure for the city to grant a waiver of a deed restriction that was imposed on a portion of property that was conveyed by the city of McMinnville to Evergreen Helicopters in 1971. We have a representative here tonight from Parallel Infrastructure who I've asked to come up and be available for your questions. I did let him know that there was some discussion about with respect to the right of the city to reserve space on the tower. Friendly with fly here. Reserve space on the tower for 10 feet of vertical height. Jeez. That there's some question by the council about where on the tower that might be located and whether it would be to our benefit for our needs for emergency communications. And so, Aaron, if you want to come up and introduce yourself, talk about the proposal and what we negotiated into the waiver, and then stand for questions.
Sure. So I'm Aaron Bloom. From an address perspective, it's 12830 Southwest Parkway in Portland. I am the regional director for Parallel Infrastructure Lend-Lease. It's our new parent company. I think Brandon, my counterpart, was here last time to speak with you. He's out of state right now. So I think basically to surmise what we had been discussing, there's the property out on 3 Mile Lane where there's the restricted covenant on the property. We ran the studies with the FAA, the Oregon Department of Aviation, for I believe a height of 135 feet. and had been working, obtained all the necessary permits at that height, but wanted to work with the city with respect to the covenant that's currently on the property. And so I think the resolution that came out of, or the discussion that came out of the last meeting that Brandon attended, was the potential of the city using the facility itself at no cost for the city's communication services. And from there, I would just ask if there are any questions relative to that. I'm more than happy. My side of the house that I generally deal with the companies, I work with the carriers themselves or any potential tenant to site them on the facility itself, whereas Brandon primarily has responsibility in the initial development of a given facility. So I have, to date myself, 10 plus years working in this side of the house, siting folks on the facilities themselves, and understanding the nuances that are, that have to do with various frequencies and how to kind of coordinate all of that. So what questions can I answer for folks?
So let's open it up to the council for any questions that you might have.
Sure. Could you explain, so we understand from the contract that we reserve 10 feet of space on the tower, and then also that the space that we're guaranteed is from the 65-foot mark to the 75-foot mark. No?
No, it's anywhere on the tower.
Anywhere
that's
on the
available.
tower,
Basic-
first come, first serve.
Highest
unless-
available.
But highest available, but if all the other applications were in before us, then it would be at the 65 to 75 foot, right?
Actually-
That's the part that's reserved?
So essentially, I can speak to that.
Yeah, please do.
So essentially, we work with the commercial carriers, right? In this instance, Verizon Wireless is going to be the first provider on the site. They each take up approximately 10 feet of vertical space. So, and in this day and age, they've all kind of cannibalized down to there's basically 4. So if you're looking at the top, if we're so fortunate that all 4 of them make use of that facility, then you're looking at basically the top 40 feet of the tower would be used up if they all right away, come rolling along. If, for example, the city decides, in the next couple of weeks that, hey, we've decided we want to use the facility, we're not reserving out those 40 feet. It's whoever comes to us first and says, hey, we want to make use of what's the highest available level. And then that's what we'll provide. So, but in the best case scenario for our company, where we're looking to, obviously see a return on the investment that we're making in building the facility, the best case scenario is that, AT&T, Sprint, and T-Mobile join Verizon on the facility, and then you're basically looking at approximately 90 feet at the bottom of the last level, whoever that provider would be, would have roughly the 90 to 100 foot level. And then, so in the worst case scenario, you would have an 80 to 90 feet.
Okay,
At that
sorry, I
point.
don't know where the 65.
Yeah, no, and I apologize, I obviously wasn't clear on that point during the earlier discussion. An early version of our negotiation,
Correct.
they proposed a dedicated 10-foot slight between 65 and 75 feet. That's not in what's
That's not in the
before you
current.
right now.
Okay.
That was negotiated.
And then how does it, pardon my ignorance here, but if you'll give me just a child's description of how this works in terms of, it logically seems like the higher you are, the better you are, but that's maybe not necessarily true. So how does that work? And specifically, how does that work with how it is going to relate to our city's needs and emergency response needs?
So I can speculate, but I'm not a radio engineer, and I don't know the existing network that the city has for whether it's public safety or whatever communications you would use it for. It really depends on the frequencies. Higher isn't always better. It depends on, the FCC allots certain frequencies, certain frequency bands to the carriers, and then based on that, they propagate based on their existing network and what they need to fill in coverage gaps. So, the effectiveness of a given location on the tower is going to be relative to what's already existing from a network standpoint for the city, and I guess what the topography would be out there, just overall what a radio engineer would be looking to, what their objective would be by using that facility. So I can't necessarily speak to that because I'm not an engineer. I don't claim to be an engineer. But they would have to look at that and make that evaluation themselves.
Okay, but regardless, you fill the tower from top to bottom, right?
Generally, not always.
You can fill other placements on the tower. If for some reason it was most beneficial for us to be at X height, then, or do you physically fill it top to bottom?
No, I mean, honestly, if I'm talking, say, to AT&T and they come to me and they said, based on our existing network, we need to be at 70 feet. Really? Why do you want to be at 70 feet? Well, once again, there's engineering speak, right? But there's a concept I've heard of that they refer to as shadowing, right? So sometimes they can't, if they're too high, it's going to cause an issue with a neighboring site, right? Where it's going to cause some kind of shadowing by one sector, and they don't want that height. So it really is a case-by-case basis with each potential tenant, what their current network is, and how that site fills in the gap, I guess, relative to the remaining network in the area.
Okay, and in the contract, we can request any 10 feet.
Any
Okay.
10 feet that's available.
Great.
Yeah, and essentially there's a site application that we have, and then we run an internal feasibility. We'll look at a couple things. We'll look at the structural integrity of the site, which Brandon designs the sites pretty heavily, so I don't foresee any issue there. And then we look at the frequencies of what you would propose relative to what's existing on the tower, because one of the things we have an obligation to make sure is that there's no interference that occurs, right? So the people that are existing on the site would be able to operate their network freely without interference, and then same thing, if you're coming onto the site, you want that same expectation that you're not going to have interference that's going to take place.
Aaron, you mentioned something earlier to me about the emergency frequencies that are typically reserved by the FCC that are on a much lower bandwidth.
Correct. Usually you see somewhere and there's some give and take there, but it's usually around the 150 megahertz band that you see in public safety. And that I know we've built a few sites recently for Skagit 911 up in north of Seattle in Skagit County, Washington. So we've seen their equipment, we've seen what their frequency range is, but that's the public safety band is generally around the 150 megahertz range. The commercial carriers are generally much higher. They range from, the FCC just issued a lot of spectrum in the 600 megahertz range. So you see 600 megahertz all the way up to 2100. And so I wouldn't foresee there would be any type of issue with interference, and you can get pretty close, usually from the bottom of another antenna to the top of what you would place. You maybe need 2 to 3 feet of separation, so they can get pretty tight up there. But once again, we make sure we run an interference study to make sure that we have the assumption that it's not going to cause a problem, but we have the obligation to make sure that it won't.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Adam?
I would just add that our public safety frequencies are in that 150, maybe reach 160, but I don't have my ham radio on me, but I believe most of them are in the 150 range.
And they're nodding yes in the back.
No.
450.
Oh,
450.
Okay.
Sorry if I can speak real quick. And the goal, the golden standard is in the 700 range.
And Newburgh's at like 800. Yeah.
Okay.
But Newburgh's a trunk system, so we patch over to them maybe once in a great while, but not normally. Yeah. And Washington County with 12th Valley coming in, do they come down to us or do they patch? Okay.
And that's a pretty common band. But once again, the FCC delineates to each of the commercial carriers and then also to public safety specific bands, so there generally shouldn't be any level of interference. I know there are existing sites where you'll have a commercial carrier that runs like in the 850 band, and then you'll have public safety on that same site, and there generally isn't any interference. And maybe you have to go from 2 to 3 feet to 5 to 6 feet of separation. But once again, we hire engineers to go ahead and do that review to make sure there won't be any interference.
I'm sorry, I have a follow-up, and I have to apologize, but that's because of my lack of understanding of how the frequencies relate to one another. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. So what you're currently using, if you don't mind, what you're currently using, does that then dictate a certain height on the tower? Is there, is there any advanced knowledge of where? No, okay.
We need a radio
I am
engineer.
not, I am.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Alan?
That was the main issue. Something in my skin is getting hot on the tower that's actually not gonna do us much good over what we have.
Right.
So we would, I think as Mayor Hill had recommended, we set staff loose on this to determine how soon we could get an application in and have the supporting, data by our public safety people to, recognize, the height that we would be happy with. It seems to me that from what
Okay. Yeah, I know, and once again, I have some level of experience, but I'm not an engineer, and I think, I think that course of action would probably be the most prudent thing is, have those folks, I'm sure you have some radio engineers that are part of that group, and have them take a look and relative to their current network and see what they need on that site.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll ask for a motion for Resolution 2017-33 approving a waiver of deed restriction. Okay? It has been moved by Councillor Rudin and seconded by Councillor Stassens. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And this resolution is passed unanimously. Thank you, Aaron, for the long nature of the meeting. Hopefully you picked up a few things just by attending tonight.
No, it's fascinating to me, so it's my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Resolution number 2017-34, a resolution awarding a contract for the design of water reclamation facility, tertiary treatment and disinfection project, project 2017-2. So Mike, we'll turn that over to you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'd refer you to the staff report prepared by Engineering Services Manager Rich Bofford that's in your packet, as well as the proposed resolution and associated attachments. As you noted, this resolution has to do with awarding a design contract to CH2M Hill for the next project that's in our wastewater facilities plan. That's a plan to expand the tertiary treatment capacity at the treatment plant, as well as to replace the aging ultraviolet disinfection system that was installed with the original treatment plant. Staff recently completed a request for qualifications process to determine the appropriate design engineer for this project. The results of that RFQ process are also in the packet. CH2M Hill was the highest ranked proposer. In the first phase of this work, their project work will include a lot of work related to process selection to determine that we've got the proper treatment process moving forward. In future phases, you'll see preliminary and final design contracts, as well as construction services as well. The scope of work for this phase accounts for $124,230 worth of work. That proposed scope of work is in your packet, as well as a proposed vicinity map. I think Melissa has that in the slides for you. This is the very end of the treatment process. As you know, we just completed a project, an award-winning project, to add secondary treatment capacity. This will add tertiary treatment capacity, which is the final filtration process before the effluent is discharged to the river. This will set us up well for the future, as well as dealing with some aging equipment and process inefficiencies that we currently have. So, funding for this is included in the wastewater services fund, which is the UV upgrade piece, and in the wastewater capital fund, which is the tertiary treatment piece, both in the existing adopted fiscal year 17 budget and your recently reviewed fiscal year 18 budget. And unless there are any questions, staff would recommend you adopt the resolution as presented.
Any discussion for Mike? Hearing none, I will ask for a motion to.
I so move.
Okay. I do have things I need to read into this, you guys.
Oh, sorry.
David will hit me. So I'll ask for a motion to approve Resolution 2017-34, awarding the contract for the design of water reclamation facility tertiary treatment and disinfection project 2017-2. It's been moved by Council President Mackey, and it's been seconded by Councilor Drabkin. All those in favor may signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, signify by saying nay. This resolution passes unanimously. Our last resolution for this evening is a resolution awarding the contract for the construction of the 2017 Slurry Seal Project 2017-3. Mike, we'll call on you again.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'll refer you to the staff memo that's in your packet from Public Works Superintendent David Renshaw, as well as the proposed resolution and project vicinity map, and then copies of the public notices that we send out to the neighborhood associated with this project. So the city's been using slurry seal application for almost 10 years now. It's an effective tool for us in our pavement maintenance strategy. The slurry seal product seals the surface and prevents water intrusion into the pavement. It extends the useful pavement life by approximately 5 to 7 years, and so if you're able to do that multiple times, you can extend the pavement life significantly without having to do an overlay or a significant rebuild. This particular year's project will include application to almost 56,000 square yards of pavement surface on 34 city streets in 7 different neighborhoods, totaling about 3.2 miles of our city network. Bids were open on May 2nd. We had 5 bids. The low bid from Blackline Inc. in the amount of $86.80 was deemed the lowest responsible bid. Project funding is state gas tax funds that are included in our adopted or proposed fiscal year 18 transportation fund budget. So unless there are any questions, I'd recommend that the council adopt the resolution as presented.
Any discussion for Mike? Adam?
I firmly believe in the project and what it does, and I grasp that very well. I would just ask that one of the first tasks for your communications position that you're filling the next fiscal year is to get this information out on how beneficial it is, so the perception to citizens is there that looking at some of these streets, I just feel that the perception might be that we're doing things that aren't needed, and I know that's not the case, but I think we need to communicate that message very well to offset that perception.
It's a good point. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Any other discussion or questions? Okay, I will ask for a motion to approve Resolution 2017-35, a resolution awarding a contract for the construction of the 2017 Slurry Seal Project 2017-3.
So moved.
Okay. It has been moved by Councilor Garvin and seconded by Councilor Stassens. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by saying nay? This resolution passes unanimously. That brings us to the new business portion of our meeting tonight. Feels like we've kind of been here a little bit already, but we'll turn it over to City Attorney Kosh to talk to us a little bit about receiving our Community Contributions Committee recommendation and approving the applications therein. David?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will refer you to my memo to City Manager Towery in the packet, and then defer most humbly to Council President Minke or Councilor Garvin, who were both present at the committee, for any comments they want to provide on council goals and our review of the requests and how they were evaluated.
I'm going to defer to Councilor Garvin because he seemed to have it down pat the other day. I'm going to let him go for it.
So we took in 5 applications by the deadline. We funded 4 of those. The one that we did not fund, you heard a good amount of testimony on this evening. The one that received the most amount of money was the Gospel Rescue Mission at $10,000. The other 3 each received $5,000. There was some stipulations on the YCAP funding that is contingent on them securing the other $10,000 needed to do their study. The reason I felt strongly about that personally, and the rest of the committee agreed with that perception, was that if homelessness and affordable housing is one of our main goals, we should have a firm grasp on the services that are present and the services that are needed. And that's what this study looks to accomplish, is creates that site map so we know where things are at. The other one was the Cozine Creek Watershed. I forget the acronym for that, but
Greater Yamhill Watershed Council?
yeah. So we didn't fully fund that one either. And so they'll have to come up with some funds, but they also put in their application that if it wasn't fully funded, they're still able to do a good amount of work. And with how much of that runs through the heart of the city, I felt that it's something that's needed, and the rest of the contributions committee agreed with that. And then the 4th and final one that we funded was $5,000 for the chamber for the 4th of July. Being around that event for a number of years when I was a JC, and seeing the public outcry when those left town, even when they were only a short drive to Amity. The chamber did bring that back, but they've faced some funding struggles with all the other events they have around that time, and I think the chamber's in understanding that this is probably a one-time thing, and that for it to be sustainable, they need to get some partners involved to make it sustainable. But we didn't want to drop the ball in the 4th year of it back in town, and it's greatly appreciated from the chamber's perspective that the city's willing to partner. The county also gave them $10,000 towards the $26,000 required to put the event on. So there still is a public-private partnership coming in. It's not all public money.
Where's it going to be held this year?
It'll be held at the Evergreen Complex again. The contract is already signed for that, and I was in a meeting last week with the Falls event team and the Evergreen arm of that as well, and we're all on the same page, so it will move forward, and that's just about the only place it could be held in the city with ATF regulations. For every 1-inch caliber of shell, your fallout zone has to go out 100 feet. So if you want to launch a 4-inch shell, you got to be 400 feet out.
Any other questions for Adam or Kelly?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Can you just fill us in on the conversation around the application, the mediator's application that wasn't funded? What was the...
So mediators, and you can stop me wherever you want, but or let me insert my foot fully in my mouth, but part of it was the amount of funding we've given mediators and the lack of sustainability that their business model has brought forth. If you look at their numbers, they claim that 75% of their mediations are for the city of McMinnville, but we only account for 1/3 of the county population. So I have discrepancy just in that number of itself. So are you counting any mediation that you hold within the city, where the county seat for the court, circuit court? So are those really McMinnville residents we're serving, or is it just that you're facilitating that mediation in McMinnville? The next number that I had, or philosophical reason I had discrepancy with their budget, was a good amount is truancy. And so truancy has a direct effect on funding for the schools. If the children or the teenager is not in the classroom, the district is not getting funding. So if you're mediating truancy, why aren't you going to the district looking for your funding? Because you're directly putting dollars back in their budget when they get back in the classroom. but yet nowhere in your revenue stream have you approached one school district. So for them to come to ask for $31,000 of their $80,000 budget, when we account for a third of the county population, but you're saying you're serving 75% of what you do is for the city, there's just a convoluted number scheme there, and I just couldn't buy into it for another year at the level that we were doing.
And if you look on page, I think it's 97, there was a request for, of those that we gave to of 58, if we take the 31 and put on, see, we're back up into that close to 100,000 in requests. And that's why I asked you at the budget committee, are we set on 25,000? Because I knew we were going to have other, mediators coming, and I just needed to ask that question, and we said we're going to stick on that. So again, this is an area that just can balloon so quickly.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
and I
in
agree
the
with
last
the
3 years, we've given them 60,000. You know, and then if you expand it out, I think another 5, it's 90. So they've really had a lot of funding in the last few years, and I guess my question would be, why weren't you saving a little bit so you had something ahead of time? The other thing is I just really, so many other not-for-profits are working so hard for fundraising, I think the one I'm involved with, Soup Kitchen, I mean, we've spent a lot of time fundraising, and we're solely supported by fundraising.
Zero Waste, I mean, they came to us a couple years ago for money, and they're doing very well. I mean, they are.
And they're matching everything that we give when we give it.
Yeah, they're doing
The
great.
one question I had, because of the nature of how they have received funding, was I know that we have something in there that says nothing should go to administration. I wondered if they would basically not qualify if they're going to be using their money for administration.
That was part of the conversation that we had with the committee as well, was that the review criteria was structured in a way that it really discouraged funding ongoing operating costs, which is what it appeared their funding request was for.
Yeah, because they're saying we can't operate unless you fund us. That means it was baseline administration stuff.
Yeah, and I would
It's all volunteer.
I would add that David led a very good and transparent meeting.
Absolutely.
All of us had provided insight, and then after that insight, we then went through a point system to evaluate what rose to the top and what didn't. And it wasn't conclusive by any means. I mean, we all had our own reasonings. We all voiced those reasonings. It was very good dialogue, and nobody was silenced or felt shortchanged in their opinion. I think everybody
It was a very
saw value.
diverse group, too. I was really pleased with that.
Who all was on the committee?
Leah,
Mary
pronouncing
Stern.
Mary Stern, me, and Adam, obviously, and David.
Guy from First Federal, I forget his first name.
Jim?
Yeah.
Jim Schlittfeld?
Oh, yeah.
Jim
Jim Schlittfeld was on it.
Alina Mendez.
Yeah.
Good mix.
Alina. Yeah.
So
It was a really good mix.
I understand the administrative problem with the funding. We did just change, of course, our rules for distributing this money this year. And I don't think there's any doubt that mediators is a huge benefit and cost savings in a lot of other ways to our city. And then some of the other criteria for this funding, they meet very well, specifically the matching funds. There's also some other things that I noticed that have come up, and clearly I advocate wholeheartedly for any funding going towards homelessness. Also, there were changes at Gospel Rescue Mission between the funding request and the giving of the funding. I certainly I would have concerns if what they kind of threatened, so to speak, were to materialize, that Yamhill, that the mediators would go away without any funding coming from the city, because they weren't prepared for the change, which it was all, all this change did happen very quickly, and mostly my, my concern, other than for those people that they serve, my concern is that, the effect would be a lot more expense to the city down the road.
Although I agree with you that, yeah, that it would be a concern if they did completely drop out, which I think is unlikely. They were warned. Scott Hill the mayor went to each one of the ones who had been receiving money in the past and talked to them. And I think there was some strong indicators at the budget hearing last year about, and the year before that, about continuing to give large amounts of money. I mean, we really ramped it up over a very short period of time, and there was a great deal of concern expressed about that. And I would have thought that they would have read in fairly clearly that there's obviously some issues here with continuing to do this. So I don't know. It just seems to me like maybe you should listen a little more carefully. That's all. And I feel very strongly about the ones that we did fund. I think they were good.
They've had years in the past where we kind of cut them a little bit short. They haven't always been so sophisticated with their budget, like they've shown us, like actually shown us in hand written reports about the breakdown. I mean, this isn't the first time we've kind of ran into these issues with them. Definitely recognize the value that they add, but it is, I don't know, I think Adam really hit on a lot of the issues that I've had with them. Like, I love what they do, and it's like, you can't deny how important it is that what they do, but I don't know, sometimes you just kind of have to reassess the relationship.
Yeah, I would add that I do see value in what they do, but I just think I look at more of our contributions as kind of a hand up and not here's your operating budget. And you go back, I think as little as 5 years ago, they got like $4 or $5 grand, and now you need $30 grand to be sustainable. It just seems like there's not a budget mechanism going on right now. And
the piece, and I hear their story, and there was a piece of me that said maybe we approach those that we had given before and given them a bit. But again, they knew what was going in, and they came with a request of $31,000 in a time where they knew we were only giving 25. I don't think there was a real dedicated approach to saying, because if we'd given them anything, it had been 5,000, they would have still been in front of us today saying, where's our 31? Where's our 30 or 25? And so, I mean, I'm going to follow back up and I'll have that one-on-one, which probably won't be too much fun. But at the same token, given where we're at, and their request being as high, it was higher than anyone else's. And we'd shared that message that you have to change and look at it differently, and them coming in and saying, being so surprised. I think
point to the economic development. We had to really undercut what we contributed to them, and they had to go find other resources to fully fund that. And they are a much tighter affiliate of the city, and I don't think we're being unfair. I just think this is just the nature of business now.
And there was, before we adjourned that meeting, there was talk splitting that last 5,000 into two 2,500s and funding all five. But if you truly need 31,000 to have operations, is 2,500 going to make that much of a difference, or would that prevent that other project from moving forward? And we felt that it would. It paired with a lot of their costs as administration, which was one of our conditions. So with the information that we were given, we as a committee felt that we made the best choice.
Any further discussion?
Thank you guys for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we shared that with you at the Budget Committee, that you saved us hours, so thank you. And I think it made our budget discussion much more appropriate, and the depthness of that. David?
I have one, if we're done with the discussion about the mediators. We had a couple of questions that came in from Mandy Goff at YCAP on the conditions that we had discussed putting on their $5,000 grant, requiring them to come up with $10,000 in match. And so I would like some clarification on that as I'm going to be putting together that grant agreement. They wanted to know if the $10,000 match needed to come exclusively from other agencies, or could it come from YCAP internally if they funded it? They wanted to know if the 10,000 match could be in-kind contributions, and then they wanted to know why they were the only ones asked to provide a match. So, that's tough time.
Kelly, do you want to speak
I
on that?
think it was because they had a fairly large ask, and we were down to the point where, well, it was probably one of the ones we decided a little bit earlier because we thought it had value. But we just felt like, I have no problem with them funding it one way or the other. You know, if they can provide a match, I think they should get the 5,000. I think it's a project that's important to the city, so.
And I know there's some discussion because the inventory they were doing was beyond just McMinnville, it was countywide and
Right.
and
Well,
involved
yeah,
Newburgh
that
as
too.
well. That there was some discussion in the committee about wanting to see the county and Newburgh partner in that, but I didn't know if that would be,
Yeah.
I put
Well,
that out there 'cause I don't know
that's a good point, David. I'm sorry.
If we would want that to be a requirement, or if they were able to come up with the 10,000 some other way, would it still be a valuable project to fund?
I'd like to see some funds come from both of those, yeah, as I think about it. What do you think?
Ideally, yeah, it would be nice to see that, but the purpose of our 5,000, our particular 5,000, was to get the study done. So if, however they fund that 10,000 to get the study done, I'm okay with. I would like to see Newburgh or the county partner, but I don't think it should be a condition to say, hey, we couldn't get the study done because we couldn't get the county on board, or we couldn't get Newburgh on board. If somebody wants to step up and do an in-kind donation, and that gets the study done, it still achieves the goal we had as a contributions committee of having the study done.
I agree.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, I will ask for a motion to receive the recommendations and the approval of award of funds to the Greater Yamhill Watershed for Council for 5,000, the McMinnville Area Chamber of Commerce for 5,000, the Yamhill Community Action Partnership, known as YCAP, for 5,000, contingent upon the organization securing a total of 10,000 in additional fund matching, and the Yamhill County Gospel Rescue Mission at 10,000. So I'll ask for a motion.
So move.
Second?
Second.
It's been moved by Council President Mackey and been seconded by Councilor Stassens. All those in favor may signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by saying nay? And that resolution passes unanimously. We find ourselves at 9:37 right now. We do need to move into an executive session under ORS 1926602D to conduct deliberations with persons designated to carry out labor negotiations. But before we do that, any reports from councilors that are critical for us to hear?
Affordable Housing Task Force tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., Community Development Center.
Okay, and we're meeting here, right?
No, Community Development Center.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to share with you, we had a Parkway Committee meeting, and in our budget, we had earmarked $18,000 for lobbyist efforts, and we need to bring that up to $24,000.
So the second time I get to correct the mayor in public.
Okay.
Today, first
Good.
thing and last thing.
Yeah.
We actually have 18,000 in the street fund and
Okay.
18,000 in the general fund. So
Okay.
we've got adequate funds budgeted for lobbying expense for the
Okay.
coming year.
So we'll not be using all 36, but we will be using 24 for lobbying expenses to move forward on the bypass. I thought I'd share that with everyone. Good. Okay. Go ahead, Kevin.
Couple things, actually. The COG is hiring a new executive director, Sean O'Day. He was most recently the legislative veto shop with the League of Oregon Cities. He was their general counsel there. And so his first day was yesterday. And I don't have an update on Jenny. How she's doing, but, he's been kind of quiet there.
I can say that I've seen Jenny engage on the city manager's listserv a couple of times. I know she's checking email and occasionally taking visitors, so that's what I know.
I testified in front of Metro Council on Thursday around River Bend, and it went pretty well. The same folks you expect, the zero waste folks that testified before us, did a fabulous job explaining from one end of the problem to the other, and just really, I've never seen a public group like that strategic in a presentation, and really, it seemed to me to put waste management on their heels. And Metro really seems to be, the whole resolution that they're looking at is around really weighing heavily the impact that their waste has on other communities. And so the resolution is basically creating their ordinance, a standard for finding sources of their waste that don't negatively impact communities, but also have the expansion, how much capacity do these locations have? And they have a really great staff report that they did, and actually showed all these different landfills in Oregon, many of them I've never heard of, and they all have over 100-year capacity, and then Riverbend is down to 2 years. And the smallest level capacity by close to 60 years of any other landfill in the area. And so I don't get the feeling Metro wants to come here. But again, they have a contract with Waste Management, so it was a really interesting meeting. I shared with them the draft resolution that I shared with you all a few weeks ago, and they were really impressed with that. Really, that we're not asking you guys not to come here for our own sake, but really, and it kind of made them think too. I could see it as they were kind of deliberating that Riverbend is close for the part of Metro that uses it, so the Hillsborough, Beaverton side of it, they would come here through and also the Forest Grove transfer station. And so this is the closest place for them. And it is certainly the closest place for us. And for us to say we're not going to use it was really impactful. And I also shared with them some of the statistics that was also shared with the visit McMinnville, how we're Oregon's downtown. This is a really important place that we're trying to preserve. And it just really seemed to hit a strong chord. So they're actually going to be voting on it on Thursday. It's still open if you wanted to email them and just give your 2 bits. It would be great to keep you posted on that. They did ask the question of when do you think we would pass this resolution, and they were hoping that we would pass it before they did on Thursday, but I said it's still in draft, and we hadn't had a chance to bring it back up for public hearing or anything. So the sooner we can move on that would be nice. So yeah, stay tuned for that on Thursday, and then I met with McMinnville Community Media, and they're just doing more financial planning. They're actually doing pretty well financially and trying to figure out what to do with the money and how to spend it or not spend it, as we all are. So that's all I got.
Any other reports?
Just quickly, I attended through Visit McMinnville the first Wayfinding Committee meeting. It was fascinating. Ran almost 2 hours, I believe, pretty close. Just the definition of what is downtown took a fair amount of time. Is it first, second, and third, or is it, from fifth over to first, or how? It was just a fascinating conversation, and the complexity of what we're going to be discussing is going to take a while. They're meeting every other week, I think on Mondays at 2 o'clock, and so fascinating. Just wanted to let you know it's starting.
Thank you, Kelly. Any other department heads, anything that you need to share with us tonight?
Just want to share, in the event you hadn't heard, Captain Dennis Marks will be retiring at the end of the month. Interim Captain Sandoval will continue in that position until we fill it. We are in the process of having about 5 people at the academy. For that 16 weeks, they'll all be in different stages with the final 2 that are going there right now. Within a couple of weeks, they'd be off training in solo February. So just to give you that heads up, but thank you to Captain Marks for his 25 plus years of service to the city. And we'll be moving forward again, like I said, with that process. But kudos to him for long tenure here.
Thank you, Chief. Mike, anything?
Just a quick reminder that tomorrow at noon is our 11th annual National Public Works Week barbecue, recognizing our Public Works employees for both the city and McMinnville Water and Light. All the councilors are invited to come on out if you're available. So,
Thank you, Mike. Melissa? David? Jeff?
So rumor has it that somebody sitting at this table will be closing escrow on a new home at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and the subsequent 48 to 1,000 hours will be occupied with a variety of moving activities.
Congratulations.
I'd just like to thank Captain Sandoval and Firefighter Godfrey on the frequency correction this evening. Thank you.
Okay, hearing no other business, we will close our city council tonight. We'll move into the conference room for our executive session.
If you want to feel young, Dennis Marks was my stepdad's first hire when he was a sergeant, and he turned 70 today. Really? Yeah, little fun fact.
Yeah, they just, well, so we can back out of service, jump over the engine, our fire. Really have to,
The cookies were from Red Fox?
No, they were from Harvest Fresh.
Really?
Were they the little,
Those little
yeah,
blueberry cookies?
one of those two, they were good.
They just aren't
I'll
good.
be delivered those again.
Harvest Fresh gets